Hello.
Hello. Thought since I streamed a bit frequently lately, I might as well skip the desk because there's no there's no real yapping to do on my half anyway. And I've already got the game up and loaded, so I'll just go right over here. Yeah, hey. Unsung, Triflix, Potato, yeah, welcome.
Hello.
I thought I'd see how the silly Nobunoko music fits this game. I think it will. Yeah, Moldrum, hey. Waiting for my aircon to cool the room down a bit. It's a little bit warm today. Not as bad as it has been previously, of course, but still. Yeah. Halloween Ghoul, hey. Hit button, yeah. Press button. I did a bit of factory work this morning while I was having a bit of breakfast and some coffee. So I'll show what I did. And then I think I want to try and get bronze being made.
Hello.
Because there's a lot of stuff that needs bronze rivets. Yeah, Spooky. Yeah, checking in, nice. So Potato at 26 and Moldrum at 48. Spooky, oh god, I got jump scared by my own customers. Spooky at 21. I was thinking of how to make better use of that check-in stuff, because for a long time I wanted to do something like a really expensive channel point reward that you could claim and get like a free sub or something like that. You know, I just do the math and calculate it so that anyone who watches frequently enough might be able to claim one, like, I don't know, once every 6 months or something like that. Because they're cheap for me to hand out because I get a cut back. And yeah, whatever. But I often have redeems like the Christmas thing. Oh, I fucking forgot about it. I forgot about the Christmas emote to redeem. No one used it last stream, so technically I should have pulled it all down. But okay, you get one more stream. But I sometimes put those redeems up where people burn through points, so now I feel like it would be a bit shitty to be like, oh, now you can spend 100,000 channel points and get a sub, and then someone who's like just deleted basically 100,000 of their points doing bullshit and be like, oh. So if I ever do that, I'll probably have to put a bit of distance between those to let people accumulate again. But I was thinking something like, if someone's checked in like 50 times or something, it's like, all right, like I owe you one sub, just let me know when. Like if you're a regular sub, just, I don't know, take a break, I'll gift you one. Because I don't stream that frequently, so being able to like checking in 50 times is fairly significant. That's not guaranteed, that's just an idea. But yeah, I'll think on it some more. Also means that, you know, you don't have to hang around and maintain a watch streak and accumulate channel points. It's just, you know, come in, say hi, check in. Okay, what did I work on? I made a money maker, basically. I wanted to move some of this stuff upstairs, so I started a dedicated bandage maker because I wanted to max out the contracts that I had in the dispatch thing, because I'd yet to receive any more contracts. And my hunch is that you needed to max out the contracts before you get any more. And yeah, that's true. So I was able to send out 800 in a day. And yeah, the next day we got a sample request for the next contract, which is gloom spores. So I made a thing that can make a full belt of bandages, which is probably a bit too much, but I didn't want to not ratio it out properly. So it actually can't do it at full speed yet because there's not enough fertilizer coming in. But yeah, this last part could be rearranged a bit. So yeah, it prioritizes putting stuff down in the store first. And then anything left over goes into the dispatch portal. And if you calculate it, so you got a limit of 800 a day. So you can finish that in one belt's worth of time if it's running at full speed. So in 13.3 minutes, or in game time, it's 13 hours, which is actually not unreasonable. It's a little bit over capacity, but I think if I halved that and only made like half of these and half of that and half of that, then I probably wouldn't have been able to max out the contract without buffering some up. So yeah, this is fairly large. Probably not the largest thing we'll ever make in here, but this is a lot of flax being made. It's 10 full belts of linen thread. all coming out there. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and another 5 below there, all running into these linen assemblers, because these need 120 minute each, or 2 belts each. So all of that is just to feed these. But yeah, that was a bit of fun this morning. And I started experimenting with putting the... So we made growth potions last stream. So they're going down to the store, but I also looped them back into the fertilizer line. So if there's any excess, they'll start contributing to fertilizer. Even though I'm not really making them in an economic way, I'm still using that brine maker, which is a bit expensive, but I haven't operated at a loss yet, as far as I can tell. But now that I'm using it as fertilizer instead of just selling the potions, that's a possibility there. But they last a long time, those growth potions. I think I had hand fed some into these, and they're still going. Like every time that ticks, you can barely, that line barely moves each time, and then it actually drops a little bit. It takes a while to actually do it. But and one that doesn't have that in, just each time it goes down. So I think the value is like, yeah, there's nearly 10 times as much nutrient value in each of those potions as it is the fertilizer. So yeah, one potion is 10 bags of that advanced fertilizer, roughly. With the output of a well-fertilized planter, I mean, the planters, I think, are capped at 60 or whatever your research, like whatever your skill tree stuff is. Like this is 60 a minute. It's only got one output, so it's not that you can put out multiple belts. Yeah. So, and they're not going to consume more nutrients than they need, as far as I know. Big Bad Cater, hey. My webcam needs a bit of calibration. Yep. But yeah, if you mean something else, let me know. But it seems to work fine. Yeah, it'd be interesting if nurseries could have more than one output, but they only have one output. So regular fertilizer with flax doesn't grow at 60 a minute. When you put advanced in, it grows at 60 a minute. You put growth potions in and it grows at 60 a minute. It's just that there's more nutrients. So the growth potions last longer. It's more about these, like a full belt of advanced fertilizer, while also being used a little bit in other places, cannot sustain this. So it grows with belt speed because they do use as much via second as possible. Yeah. So they get blocked. Like this is not running constantly, I suppose, even with advanced fertilizer. So it's not consuming more nutrients as it's blocked. Not like a furnace that is burning fuel away when it's idle. If that makes sense. At least that's what it looks like to me. So they'll like go, stop, go, stop, go really quick, stop, go really quick, stop. But yeah, I'm more interested in running the potions over the line for nutrient density, I guess. I could always make another advanced fertilizer production thing and run a second line, but meh. So yeah, these were the templates that I used. eventually got it to that configuration. This is for... Oh, this is for making health... Whoops. Mouse is not locked. There we go. All this here, all this is for making 120 health potions a minute. Yeah, 60 plus 60. So we got flax underneath and sage above, and they get ground. Yeah, they get, sage gets ground in there, flax gets ground in there, and then they both get combined in the assembler and shipped down to here, and all that gets combined to make the bandages. Yeah, I could probably tighten up this space here, but I couldn't figure out a way to stack assemblers that I really liked. I guess for this arrangement anyway. It's a bit limited to what you can do. Because when you start putting them down like that, you can't put them side by side. So I'd have to come up with a custom stack or something. Or what I want to do today, which is unlock bronze, so I can maybe start using the other platform, this one. That might have made it more viable, like that. Drunk Dragon here, hey, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, how's it going? I've got a shout out for you. Yeah, the stream element side of things doesn't play the alert when it's just one, just to it's as a spam protection just in case. But yeah, always appreciate it. Thank you. How is, yeah, I'm just getting started. I was just talking about this monstrosity here, which is making bandages. But yeah, how was your tabletop RPG stream? If it's late for you, you need to do post-stream self-care. Yeah, get that in. It's important. It was good. Nice.
Good Lord, what's happening in there?
No, you're good. Nice. Here's the other half. All right. Okay, let's let the raid in. Zim, hey, how's it going? Yeah, my name's Gwillem. Welcome to the theyre. We're playing some Alchemy Factory. Dual streaming, all right. So I run into my pinball machine. So if I shout Zim out, I'm going to guess tabletop RPGs. Let me get that. And there we go. Beware the accidentally evil one. Wait, is that me? Yeah, Zim, Guru, Blue Bats, Candy Floss, Mango. Hey, yeah, welcome on in, everyone. I'm just chilling out with some Potion Factory, which is a nice little medieval fantasy style Satisfactory or Factorio game. It's a nice sort of compromise between the two. Custom scar system you mentioned last time, yeah. Kuroi, hey. So yeah, I'm probably going to get started on making bronze because a lot of advanced buildings here need bronze, as you can kind of imagine, for alchemy setups. Bronze bearings, bronze rivets, that sort of thing. So we got our research tree that's maxed out, and I need to make blast potions next, which I should be able to make some components of already, but there's something new in here that I've not encountered yet. So it should be interesting. So jealous of the stream. So, oh. Yeah, it takes a bit of effort, but yeah, it's nice. Have a drink. Just don't have the time to code and build all. Yeah. I mean, I started off with a pretty bare bones prototype. Thank you for the follow. Like I didn't even have head position tracking. I had like an idle loop and that was it. So I was kind of staring off into space. There were no other real animations. I could move myself and jump around, and the lighting was shit, and the display in the background was average, and yeah. Look at the research, yeah, Golab, hey. Self-care, oh yeah, of course, yeah. If you need to Zim, always, yeah. Thanks for the raid, appreciate it, but yeah, have a good one. One day, yeah. Yep. Yeah, a lot of the work I did was put in after my day job. And it was before I started streaming. Then I started streaming with the prototype.
Fix it.
And kind of iterated on it from there. Oh yeah, so we got this. There was something else that I made as well, I think. No, we did this last stream. This is our growth potions for fertilizers. There we go. And something I discovered, or maybe rediscovered, because it's possibly something the game tells you early on, is these catapults, you can just aim them directly at some machines. I've been aiming these catapults at hoppers that I put next to things like these table saws. Turns out you can actually just fucking fire them at the table saws, and either the game doesn't tell you that or I just completely forgot. It's more likely that the game told me that at the start. Gonna look for a bit? Yeah, no worries. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it again. Factory to the moon. Well, what we need is copper dust. Actually, copper sand or iron sand? No, copper sand. Where are you? Copper powder. Although what I really need is this impure copper powder so I can turn it into bronze, so I can make bronze rivets, so I can make a bunch of buildings that are going to maybe help scale things up a bit. So I kind of abandoned, this attempt. I had an attempt at making bronze just on this floor here. But I kind of abandoned it because I have ADHD. I went off and did the growth potion instead, and then I did that this morning. But yeah, I think I got this most of the way done. So I'll just need to run through it again now to remind myself what it does, what numbers it puts out, and see if it's ready to go. And even though it's not like squared off, maybe I just accept it and go with it. Trying to make orichalcum. Well, it's good enough for Atlantis, as Indiana Jones goes, so good enough for me. All right. So we get impure copper powder and copper powder out of this at 5 a minute. It's going to be real slow, but considering the input of 60 a minute iron sand and 60 a minute of soap powder. Now these are probably right because I had a soap powder set up elsewhere that I would have taken the inspiration from. So yeah, and I'm pretty sure this is all right as well. Because these grinders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 on the top row, 8 on the bottom for 16. 7 and 7 in the middle for a 14, so that's 30. And these do the iron sand at 2 a minute, so all combined into 60. Then the soap powder. Gimme. The game's a little bit low in its sound effects volume. 20 a minute soap, 20 a minute soap, 20 a minute soap. Yep, as long as that's being ground. Yep. Oh, that's not linked up there. Where is that supposed to go? Because I think I was maybe halfway through rearranging this. Nope, it just needs to go here. I think it just got disconnected when I was trying to combine things together. So that's the output of the iron sand. And this grinder needs to go in through there. Like that, I think. Yep. Where was I? That's going to be difficult. Oh yeah, have a good one, Drunk Dragon Era. No tin, apparently. I mean, this is alchemy, remember? I was a bit surprised by that as well. And then I thought, well, like that aliens meme guy, like aliens, like just alchemy. I'm just assuming alchemy. But yeah, the only way to make bronze is to put it in a crucible with impure copper powder. So maybe that has the elements of tin to it, I don't know, but somehow iron and soap powder makes copper powder and impure copper powder. Yeah, just yeah, there's no need for alloys. Just transmutate. I mean that's alchemy. Okay, that's fuel going there. Fuel there. Fertilizer there. Flax. No, wait. Plant ash. Yeah, from sage, plant ash. We need linseed oil. That's the one thing we need. And I'm making that in batch. Downstairs. In bulk, rather. Downstairs. In fact, it's in this tube right here. So you can just put your mouth on the end of that tube and slurp down 24 litres of linseed oil. Linseed oil. So I think I'll get rid of this because that was one of the templates that I used. Well, I made and then set aside so I could duplicate it into there. So I'll just get rid of that. Same with this one. Pretty sure I saved them both as blueprints, but then I made modifications anyway. So if I'm going to blueprint this, I'll grab a fresh one. This here, these are two variations of... what's my daily spend at? We sold 87 growth potions today for 106,000 copper. Damn. 200 silver from those bandages. 50 stone, 99 silver on just those salt rock. But still, that was 400 silver earnings for under 150 silver expenses. Or no, just over 150. Not bad. Question, I suppose, then is, do I try and put the bronze here or leave it over there? I might leave it over there. Because I'll probably want to try and squish this in a bit and maybe fit two of them side by side if needs be. But I don't think I'm going to be making more than a full belt's worth of bandages. 216 silver in that little box there. Thank you. Fluffy, hey, how's it going? I'll check for quests. Though all the quests now, there's no pocket watch. All the quests now want stuff that I'm nowhere near making because I've sort of powered ahead in levels. But that's all right. Yep, can't do any of that. I guess let's give this a test firing. I'll move it somewhere close. Bring the linseed over here. Those pylon positions are bothering me. I think they're off. Right. Guess we'll try along here. Strange. Yeah, so we need linseed oil in there to make the soap. Plant ash is fine. These will be doing 60 a minute of plant ash through the crucibles. So they just need fuel, need fertilizer, need iron, which we can throw in. Would be nice to figure out a way to stack this on top. Or I wonder if the entire thing can be stacked. It's a bit hard to stack anything on top of those blenders though, because the output of this is going to be real slow. An impure copper powder. Oh, and it says one is needed to make bronze ingots.
Oh no!
So, oh, we make 5 a minute. That's probably fine for now. We don't need it in large quantities at the moment. But that's going to be running an Athenor at full speed. Do the Wraith chicken in. Yeah, this all feels a bit weird. Like it'd be nice if I could somehow fit this stone furnace like here. did try fitting the smelter on top of here, but it just gets too tall. There's nothing actually in there. It's just the output of that. And I had intended to use that hole there to get the output, but that's kind of pointless because there's two. Actually, there is. Okay, there's a belt in there. You know what? Screw it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The only kind of awkwardness is the fact that fuel needs to go there, and there's a line of fuel down here already that'll be feeding into those furnaces down there. And those up there. Well, let's just test fire it. I don't want to optimize it and then find that it's not made properly to begin with. Need fertilizer and need money and need fuel. Which is all of these. Can I get that to move over one? Yep. All right. That's probably right. Do the same for the money. And for the fertilizer. Okay. Let's go one more step. Put a railing down so I don't keep falling off. can actually put belts along the top of the rail too if you really want. Come on. Okay. Not that I can think of a use for that. Although railings might make for good supports for other things. Like, can you put a shelf along them? No. It's other things that work better than that then. That was off by one, I think. No, something's wrong there. Oh, okay, I know. I think I know what. That one should have been a wide one too. Okay, of course you can just zoop. That's right, I forget you can zoop these. Because they happen to be objects instead of structure, so the game doesn't let you, unfortunately, zoop out the floor tiles and walls and stuff like that. Because I guess because of the fact that they require supports.
Hello.
But for things like these objects, I guess they do as well. Like, you can't just build these without support. But I guess their support calculation's slightly different. It's probably easier. It's like, is there a floor? Then yes, it's fine. Aqualux checking in. Alright, I want all three of these offloaded. Oh, that pillar's in the way. Whatever will I do? Thankfully, the game has a solve for that. That is this. No, not that. This. So I might have to delete those belts to get it in there. Yeah, I will. So what? Sometimes I left click in this game and it does nothing. Then I right click to dismiss it and it's like it ends up, it's like, what? It's like I just did right clicked instead. Sometimes I feel like it eats my left clicks, this game. Yeah, money, fuel. That fertilizer line might not be connected, or we're just not getting any new fertilizer through. Might be yeah, because we're using priority output, so this, we're not going to get any fertilizer so long as this is running. Maybe I'll do that by hand for now, just to test it out. But yeah, we got fuel here. And I don't have any fertilizer on me. We're going to wear proper safety gear at the work sites. I'm pretty sure if you see your character in third person, you're actually, I think you're wearing a helmet, maybe, or at least hair that looks like a helmet. I'll steal some fertilizer out of one of these. Yep, it'll do. And oh shit doesn't exist in this world. There is only oh shit. It happened again. Okay. Can't say anything. You don't tell him nothing. Yeah, Raggles. Hey, Tinos. Hey. It's alright. I just need to blow my nose. Give me a minute. All right. Slowly making your way through the boat mode reading. Great so far. Nice. Yeah, I enjoyed doing that. And I think it went well. So I'll try my best to hang on to that. I've highlighted it, so unless Twitch go and delete it on me, then it should be around for a long time, on Twitch at least. That's 6 hours of the 100 hours storage that Twitch now allows us for highlights, which is still kind of dumb. Elephants attacked, so we flooded the surface with lava. Yeah, pretty much. I'll just hand feed some coke into there. Same with there. There. There and there. We need some iron, which is what I got that money for. Purchasing portal. Yeah, so it turns out you can just lob straight into machines, like the raw processing machines, like the smelters and the wood, the table saws. So just boop. Shoot. This is, yeah. Are you at all familiar with the 40k setting? I'm not interested. Thanks. I'm gonna get in the big picture kind of way, but they could have done a little more help with get stuff the highlights into something more permanent. Yeah. How rushed they went with it. Yeah. I mean, they did give us plenty of advanced warning, but the tools that they used, tools that they gave us to get stuff out of there were limited, and a lot of time they broke anyway, or they didn't allow for like bulk stuff, and like there's a lot of like YouTube limitations that happened, and there's no way to extract. There's no good way to get the Twitch VOD highlight out with all the chat intact as well, so kind of sucks. So in a way, that's one reason why I've started experimenting with putting some chat visible on screen. So might start using a YouTube VOD channel for highlight stuff now. Alright, very, very slowly getting some iron sand out of there. Crucibles running. Okay, we're not getting linseed oil, which is understandable since we're not piping it in. All right. Okay, got some broken belts in there, I think. Paco, hey.
Boy.
How's it going? The boy. Let's see. I should be able to just bring it up in one go. There we go. Paco subjecting you to my old PNG tuber for half an hour. So you can blame Hapaco for that. You can't unsee that. Did I put fuel in there? I did. Just waiting on iron sands to come through. Looks like these might be not working as expected. These put out 10 a minute. I thought these put out way more than that. So I designed this to consume 60 a minute. So I actually need 6 smelters to run this to make the iron sand, not one. Okay. That's probably where I was incomplete before then. Still like this one. Yeah, newer one's really great. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I can't not really like this because I made it, but it does look a bit cursed. Looks a bit like a lump of clay, a bit like a potato, which is... It might look like a lump of clay because I sculpted it in Blender and just put a brownish color on it, like a bronzy color on it. That's a fair bit of money. Nearly 400 silver for 150 expenses. Nice. Okay, so it turns out that we need more schmelters than I thought, which is fine. I just need to rethink how I'm positioning that. In fact, that might be... It's all going to go down there. So this would work. The only problem with putting 6 smelters here is if I'm trying to stay within the footprint as much as possible of these stands, and putting the 3 smelters side by side leaves me no room to actually route the results back out, like to here. So it might be better to go up this way instead, like maybe 3 along here. Something like, well, facing a valid direction. Great job with that lump of clay. Thanks. So I then could route the output belt to there. And I'm also getting access to fuel through there, I think. I think it's being blocked by that stand leg maybe, unless I can do that. Yes. So weirdly I can put a belt there like that, but I can't put a stand there. I wonder if you can put... no, you can't even put a conveyor lift. Thinking if it's worth me lowering this anyway down to the ground. Anywhere I can bring that through. If I leave a gap like that for the fuel line to come through. Blocks that off. I could lift it up one. I'd rather not, though. Because if I want to be able to repeat this, then these 2 lines need to come straight through, like this line of fertilizer here. So saying the boy is an unfired greenware, Gwillem? Is that a term for, like, unfired clay or something? Yeah, Aqualax hay. Remove instead of deconstruct, reconstruct. Yeah, although it is technically a deconstruct. It's just that it also puts it as your current template. So all this stuff goes into your inventory. Like it's a cut. So you see it actually does deconstruct it. It's just that it also sets up to paste it. Did I break anything then when I removed that? That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's all fine. No, I don't think I did. Might just remove some excess here. Or... yeah, they were getting ready to repeat. Well, I need 6 of these anyway, so maybe I'll just do... this instead. Not a great way to actually run the iron in there, though. Yeah, that is unconnected back there. It's just on purpose for now. Yeah, cut. Somewhere between just past wet and malleable, though leather dry. So between malleable and dried out and brittle, yeah. Okay. How's the alchemy? Good, yeah. I'm just thinking through how I want to make the schmelters do their iron business. Yeah, how's things, Kieran? Not everyone just knows how clay works. No, not much. I did a little bit in high school for art but it was basically just make a shape and teacher will go put it in the firing thing that the school had. Just woke up, about to cook some eggs.
Hello.
Nice. Dragon watching time. Checking in, Prios Fox, hey. Okay. Getting there. It's a bit of a longer shape than I wanted, but you know, if I want to chain a few in a row, I think I can. So we'll get fuel into here. Iron ingots will come out of there and around there. We just need to get the raw iron into here. Which, yeah, I could use catapults to target the smelters directly, but I don't want to build that many, so I can probably make like a leapfrog thing here. So, hopper that can output to both of them and pass it down the line. Why you do that, belt? What in the world? I think there's an entrance to that smelter there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let me remake those stands just in case. I think maybe it's bugged. Let me try it over here. What? Oh, of course you can't make them on their own. This seems fine. Maybe because I copy pasted the belt along with the stands. Or something to do with the fact that it's all starting next to this hopper. Let's just try this on their own first. No. What? Something's bugged with this spot in particular. Is it the hopper? Very strange. Alright, I'm just gonna have to live with it, I think. I don't care. Yeah, it's a mini Satisfactory, I suppose, and it's a bit of a compromise between Factorio and Satisfactory as well, like with everything being on a grid and a bit easier to maintain than Satisfactory was. That's iron. Obstacles. The roof is in the way. Let's see if we can fix that. What's up there? Nothing. Alright, now you're fine. And now you're still fine. I don't want to deal with that. Okay, just a little phasing through the floor. It's alchemy. It's alchemy and magic. I mean, I could just run a belt through there, I think, anyway. Pretty sure there's a spare layer. I just don't want to have a long buffer of iron, that's all. 'Cause iron's not really cheap. Wheat. Alright, yeah, that went into there. Doesn't look like it has. It's kind of weird. Something's definitely fucky. This setup is haunted. I'm going to remove all this, see if I can fix that. See if it happens on the floor below or the level below. No. Okay, that seems okay. Maybe it's just something to do with copy pasting it. May have picked up a bugged value or a direction flag or connection or something like that. And it came back. It might be specifically this spot. Say it is. I think I want to move this thing to the side anyway to avoid running down that line there, so I might just rip it all up and move over. It's like one full tile, maybe to here. It's just, oh, God damn it. I hate it when you accidentally damage the underlying fabric of reality. Yeah. Stuff not fitting in my inventory. Okay. It might have just been some issue with that particular coordinate, maybe like that's between some sort of like super tile like border or something, and it's just wigging out for some reason. My inventory feels really full. Yeah, some of the intermediate products here I can just get rid of. It's a bit better. Well, I'm pretty sure I copied that as a connection, but maybe the roof intervened there when I was pasting it back. Okay. Okay, so we'll get iron in there, ingots out there. I think that'll be enough for that iron sand, and the rest of that looks like it's working okay as well. Based on what I did before, we just need fertilizer on that second row, which, yeah, we're not going to get. So long, we're actually really running really low on fertilizer. Let's go see what's up, because I know I'm using a mixture of blast potion and regular fertilizer. So, are we not? Okay. I think we're just out of money in the purchasing portal for these rotten logs. Just put like 200 silver in there. So yeah, the gloom fungus has not been in production.
Oh no!
Hello. Gubrin checking in. Even that 200 silver might not be enough. We'll go around here and check the others and come back to that. This is all old factory stuff that I've yet to automatically feed money into. So every now and then I just need to go and do the coin operated thing a little bit. Kieran checking in. That should be that. Alright, yeah, they're all running again. Now it's just getting the belt buffer back up. Yeah, we are occasionally still making growth potions, thankfully. And each one of them's like 10 of those bags of fertilizer anyway. It's just that it takes a while to get them to fill up the belts, so they it's going to look like we're running pretty low.
Hello!
Crash a hole, checking in. But yeah, pretty much because we're using a priority splitter here to offload to here, well, to in general we are, because it's following a pattern that I use in Factorio. It means it's not going to get past here so long as this is in need of a lot of fertilizer, which I don't know, if this was full up of blast over growth potions, probably be okay, but yeah. So weekend for you yet? Yes. Yeah, Saturday afternoon here, or Saturday evening. How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just a little bit on the tired side, but can't tell why. I think it's just being a bit low energy, maybe a bit a bit sniffly. But just generally fine. Also, just chill game, just chill music. Where you level up points, I put them into fuel and fertilizer. So we might have to increase our growth potion production. Although I'm just fixing my old fertilizer output now anyway. Yeah, I just stuck them all the way down. Fuel efficiency and fertilizer efficiency. I didn't want to mess with building or belt speeds yet, and you can always reset them. Yeah, Quick Virus, hey, welcome. So these should be running full speed. Did notice some broken belts here earlier. Oh no, that's fine. I think they're just building up their internal buffers again after I restocked on the rotten logs. And thank you for the follow.
Hello.
Sorcerer chicken in. All right. Yeah, this is a fertilizer destroying machine. And since it's on priority before the thing that we've just been trying to make bronze with, it's probably not going to see any fertilizer for a while. So if I want to ramp up my production of growth potion, it might just be a matter of copying the machine that's doing that. Then I'll just have to increase, was it brine production as well? I was hoping to look into the other recipe for brine. But maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just get lazy about it. Oop. See, time up for the boy. Crush hole. You can't put your pants on. I know you say with pants on, but you're still streaking. Come on. Where am I making brine again? Let's see. Well, not ground floor. Yeah. Not there. Is the next floor up? Yeah, here. Pants on the head. Like a bottling plant. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, so this is a really hacky setup in terms of the sand processing there. I just wanted to get rid of it and thought I'd try refining it. Then I haven't even, excuse me. Yeah, I haven't bothered looking into the loop setup this would require to not get stuck. So it remains like that for now, but if I want to produce more of this brine, I can't just add on to that because that is... Those 2 belts are at capacity. So I just have to probably tack a thing onto the end. And run its pipes up. Just onto there. I mean, this is producing a little bit more than what's needed upstairs anyway. Let's put a sign here so I can remember. Three, 6, 9, 12. And I think the setup upstairs is using 8. No, that's 1,200, not 12,000. I think the setup upstairs is using 800 a minute, not 12. But that's all right. So I'll need to do something with the sand there. Can't just stack them, can you? Which might just be a case of putting it down here. This will be... Three, 4, 5, 6. Actually, I can't combine those because that's a full belt of sand. Well, I'll just pipe that up first and then think about the sand after. Yeah, the only reason I've hesitated just simply looping this, let's maybe explain visually. It might just be a case of me overthinking it, but I don't think so. Like at least now I know what the output item is that should be let go, which is the crystal thing that I can't remember the name of, but I'll know it in a second when I put the splitter down. Shard, I think it was. Yeah, so sand can be refined repeatedly and it will eventually put out, I think, that crude shard. Do similar stuff up there. But I think we need more than one refiner anyway. The refiners are... I don't think they dealt with the full belts, but just for now... put a bit of space anyway, just so I can fit that in. And they don't have a... Weird. Let's see how that goes. Oh no, I need to... let me skip using a priority input and just see what happens. Because maybe the game's actually dealing with what I'm thinking. So it's in sand refine mode now. And until there's a gap in that belt, it's not going to change. So it's more like you'd have to loop it on the next one. Like loop the refined one, but even then, that's going to have problems of its own. And just before anyone tries, I'm not asking for help at the moment. I just want to explore visually for the moment. Okay, let's see, because these have like different tiers. So they don't stack with each other once they've been through the refiner, unless they're at the same like hidden tier. It's not shown on the item, which is kind of weird. I kind of expect that this is one thing that they might change about the game sooner rather than later. It's just to make this a bit more apparent how it's meant to work. Yeah, these only process 40 a minute, so you need 2 of them anyway. So it's currently refining like a tier 1 thing. I guess maybe just by virtue of the rates involved, it might work, but there's potential for it to get stuck. Yeah, right there. Because there's a mismatch of tiers, and it's not like you would have thought that would start. Like it says it's got 2 in there. Yeah. And you've got no way to filter on the tiers specifically, and you've got no way to like smart stack them up. Like unless you put them into a container and there's some way to filter them out of the container so they can stack. No, these don't have internal buffers really, apart from just the items to take the jobs. Like the raw processing refiners and grinders and stuff like that. Yeah, because as soon as you get like say like a tier 3 thing come through and sit in there waiting for another tier 3, and the next things that come through are tier 1s and 2s, they're just going to sit there, or any combination like that. And if you were to put them all into put the output into a container, it's a shame you can't set it somehow. It's like only output when it's a certain stack size, but then I guess you get individual items on the belt anyway. It's like besides that, the only other way I can think of doing it is just knowing the amount of phases there are and just putting down that many refiners. It's brute force it, basically. You just need less and less at each stage. Especially given I think it's always a 2-to-1 reduction. Yeah, 2-to-1, 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 2-to-1. So you can't afford to loop at every stage like that. But yeah, you'd think it maybe would like for some reason the refiner has 2 inputs, maybe just so it can take 2 belts at speed, but it's only processing 40 a minute to the sand anyway, even if I plug in another belt. Oops.
Hello.
Where's the refiner? I just want to see the refiner description. Automated refining device with 2 conveyor belt inputs and 1 conveyor belt output. Yeah. Silverhawk, hey, checking in. So of course I could use this as a opportunity to also try the alternate recipe, but I think for making brine anyway. All that fucking all the different tiers of refined sand. It doesn't say what tier it is. It's messy. But I think I just want to get the extra brine going in to maybe boost up the fertilizer, the growth potion production, and then come back down here maybe. Okay, so this outputs 2 belts, or sorry, 1 belt of sand out there. So I might just feed that directly into a couple of refiners to reduce it 2-to-1 straight away, and then do something with it. And then maybe count the stages that are required to go down the next. So you can either call that tier 1 or tier 0. I might go like, yeah, level 1 refined coming out there, and this in between them, those will be level 2, 3, 4, or 1 refined step, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll just do that many and put a box at the end again. This won't be enough, actually. We'll need a second one, I think. Since it's a 2-to-1 reduction, down from 60 to 30, plus 30 for another 60, and these only do 40 each. It's a weird ratio, but... So there's 11 refiners here. Weird number, but whatever. Okay, so it starts to change to crude there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Takes 7 refinery steps to refine to crude, but the output are all unique items that won't stack together. So then it should be how many more till something useful, I should say. Oh, come on. Although even the crude can be used when making topaz. So maybe I should stop it there and accumulate them. Because the rest you just have to refine up to diamonds to use in making rubies or going to perfect diamond. Yep, let's accumulate crude shard. Sounds good to me, at least until I can think of what else to do with them. Alright. Now these don't look like they're running like they should. Second refiner wasn't hooked up. Those are fine. Let's say that's fine now too. So now that's 2,400 a minute. No combination of shift or control enter on that. Just does confirm. Okay. Spending a lot of money on rock salt, but we could actually now make here. We could run this in triplicate now if we wanted, because each one of these takes 800. This is our growth potion maker, which is running without issue. As far as I know, the only thing it needs is fuel and money. And it does need a little bit of fertilizer itself, but yeah, it's only for this the chamomile at the back, which is not running full time anyway.
Hello.
Yeah, I think I might duplicate this. At least. Yeah, Rena checking in. Hey, how's it going? Oops. Insufficient materials. But it looks like that's just the portal sigil. And yet there's a whole bunch of other red things in there too. Maybe a lack of roofing for the... Oh no, you don't need a roof for the pipes. Well, I'll grab those sigils. You are too, yeah, for the most part. I think a little bit of a cold, I think, but that's nothing major. Need more gears. Check other things while I'm down here, I suppose. All right. Alright, getting there. Free floating pipes. Seems fine. Alright, now we just need everything else. So this is fuel, which I can pretty conveniently add like that, I think. This is for fertilizer, which that might be enough distance there. Damn it, just a bit too far. Alright, pass the fertilizer down the line as well. Might be able to do the same with the money too. And we got to pass that coal down the line, or the fuel. I should probably change that blueprint to have a four-way output. Or have a variety of them. Didn't need that. All right, so we got fuel going through, which is probably the last thing I should have sent through, but it was the easiest. And we got fertilizer going through, brines going through. There's no chamomile seeds. No chamomile seeds. No charm aisle. No Carmichael. No. No Chameleon Mile. No Charlie Millie. Tempting to throw the money from there. It's like to here and then there and then bounce it down there, but what? Nothing. That I think that would make it more repeatable if I ever wanted to double this up again somehow. And it probably can't reach all the way to the next hopper either. Nope. Cool. So get rid of that. Get rid of... Hey, get rid of that. Get rid of that. I like how the raw items grow in size when they get thrown. Like watch the logs. If they're landing straight in a machine. Don't just want to be involved. Carmen San Diego Melee, yeah. Carmen San Diego Mile, yeah. Yeah, from the very beginning, I'd just been throwing things into these hoppers because that's how I saw it being done. I don't know if the game tried to teach me other ways, but yeah, you can... Some of these machines, like the crushers and the table saws, you can just throw stuff into. Same with the smelters. I think as long as they have like an open top, they can be thrown into. But you can't throw like fuel into the side of a furnace. There we go, we've got clay powder coming out. Soft Bobcat, hey, how's it going? Ooh. This is probably going to be a high expense day. Yep. Still not too bad. So we're even getting the occasional growth potion in as fertilizer for itself. Not enough raw materials. Okay. I'll set up the last bit now, the relay to the end. Don't think that'll reach. No. Shame, really. But there's plenty of space. Invalid angle. Right. That is over one too far. There we go. That should be 30 growth potion a minute. Check in on that in a bit. Cover bands of Black Sabbath, Rage Against the Machine, Radiohead, just winding down. Nice, nice. Cool if higher tiers could actually have us use portals for transport. Yeah. I guess it might trivialize things a bit too much. Like I was thinking about that a little while ago. Like it's like we can buy things raw, we can ship products out over a portal, but we can't use portals of our own. My guess is it's not going to happen. Okay, so something's wrong here. My use of four-way hoppers has put potions on a belt where they shouldn't be. The same thing has happened here. But not there. Doesn't feel like it's connected up. Yep, there's a missing link. Yeah, that's more like it. It's like 1, 2, 3. That's the tripling up that we've done. Not quite room to go for a full belt there, but if I expanded over there, I could. But I could just put it over the other side if I wanted. We'll see how this goes for supply of fertilizer around. Wheat. It's also going into the store for sale. I guess I could. It looked like there was room for a fourth, so I guess it's no harm in going for. If I add a fourth, then I have to add more brine production, which I'm not totally against. It's just that I haven't done it. Let's see what space is like here. Okay, just a tiny bit short on materials, but I could at least add that if I wanted. But we'll see. 3 times the increase of blast powder production. Let's have a look at where I'm splicing it in. No surprise, I suppose. It's 50-50, considering I'm making 30 a minute. But a little bit every now and then will be bought in the store. So it's just going through the old town factory on the ground floor. And after the fertilizer goes through these plants, it's feeding some of the old machinery up there, then it gets flung upstairs, apparently through a floor. All right. That's over there. Synchronize flinging. This is undoubtedly bound for the big bandage making machine. Looks like about half and half actually. Somewhere else. So not the next floor, but the next 2 floors up. Yeah, so the second floor up is where the big bandage making machine is, and where we are trying to get some progress on bronze production. Because we need plants to make bronze. We need plant ash to make soap, to make bronze. apparently. It's alchemy. Although this is a fairly decent supply of potions compared to before. Because that was not backed up before. Just depends on whether this is running or not. I could always stop this contract, I suppose. But then as soon as I turn it back on, we're just going to have the same problem. It's hard to see the fuel in there. I mean, those nurseries at the end have fuel. I hand-loaded them with some potions earlier on, and they're still there. So once some potions actually start getting into there and replacing the advanced fertilizer, the belts will start backing up again because of the difference in available nutrition. Well, I guess for now, I suppose I could just steal some. See it work. Grab that. Grab those back. Maybe I'll grab some from the store. Oops. Oh. Do.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Don't mind me just stealing from my own store. There we go. All right. Let me go let the raid in over here as I kick everything off my desk. Z, hey, how's it going? Oops, no raid message. Thank you for the follow. Z, Scribbly, yeah, bring me Velocky, Monocular, Crazy Bry Guy, hey, Machine King, Badumtish, Velpucula, hey, welcome on in, everyone. I got a little bit of a cold, it seems, so I might sound a little bit bunged up and a bit low energy. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone. Let me get a shout out for Z.
Hello. Hello.
And there we go. Playing some Scrandle. All right. I don't think I've heard of Scrandle. Sorry, I had to start late and hard pivot because the capture card died today for no reason. Oh, shit. Oh, sorry about that. But you were doing art before that. Right. Yeah. It was the capture card thing, I suppose. Yeah, all right. I know. I hope it's nothing terminal or, it's like covered by warranty or something. Yeah, Was it a USB capture card that shut the bed? Hopefully it wasn't like a built-in one. It's a bit easier to replace maybe. And Silverhawk, yeah. Scrandle's funny. Yeah. It's too old to be warranty, so it's like a replacement. PCIe, damn. I've got a PCIe one that I don't use anymore. But I have no idea if you wanted to buy it, I have no idea how to actually do that transaction. So, that's unfortunate. It depends on what you'd need anyway. Yeah. Because I ended up, I guess, upgrading from... It was an Ava Media with a dual input. It was limited to 1080p, but it's still pretty good. It's just that, I don't know, I had some weird issues with it, and I ended up going for it's the latest Elgato USB-C, 4K fancy, all that sort of stuff. It works really good, surprisingly good for how Elgato has previously had a bit of a like premium price, but a bit of a shit reputation for stability sometimes, or completeness in their implementation. This one seems pretty good. So yeah, appreciate Oh well. Hope it goes well, like getting a replacement for it. Hope you're not down for art stuff for too long. Yeah. Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, I might have a bit of a coming down with a bit of a cold or something, but yeah, just playing Potion Factory. I've been playing this for a few streams now. It's just really fun, really cozy. It's like a Factorio Satisfactory thing, a bit of a mishmash between them, except it's all like alchemy themed. We have a big building that we've been building up and up and up. And you have a storefront that you can automate. I have an urgent request for many small gears. I know, okay, may as well. Art you can do fine, but you run games from a second PC. Okay, right. Right. Yeah, sorry, I was assuming that it's like capturing from like a tablet or something that, yeah. Oh yeah. Do that urgent request. Done. Yeah, and you, oh yeah, of course, yeah, if you got to raid and run, you got to do post-stream self-care, you know, go right ahead, but you're more than welcome to hang around as well, Z and everyone else. All right, this is our big bandage making machine, which has been consuming all of our fertilizer with all these plants in there, which hopefully now might be starting to back up. But that might just be because it's at the end of the day, so its production has stopped. But I'll welcome that. So that's fertilizer along there. A couple of different varieties, old one and a new, like a growth potion in there that serves as a new a bit of fertilizer. So it's actually backing up in here. Oh, it is. It's starting to back up in here too. Okay. But yeah, we've been trying to get bronze being made. And because this is an alchemy game, bronze is not made through an alloy of, say, like tin and copper. No, bronze is made by putting impure copper powder through a crucible. And the impure copper powder comes from mixing iron sand with soap powder in an athanor, which you get pure and impure copper powder. So we make soap to make bronze. We make soap and we grind it down into powder to make bronze and combine that with iron. And I'm just about to try kicking this machine off, I think. But we've been waiting for fertilizer to come through, but we might be waiting a little while longer. Because this being an earlier machine has priority in this sort of this balancing setup that I have going. So until that backs up, nothing down there gets anything. That's a deliberate choice of mine because I prefer to be able to go along the line and see where's it emptying? Where's it emptying out? Oh, there. Instead of wondering why everything is kind of getting a little trickle share of everything. It's adapted from my Factorio days. But yeah, I wonder if the makers of this game are targeting a certain audience with this, with the potions that you can make. Let's see, what have we got? One of the first ones we made. Goods. So a healing potion, vitality potion. Then we get a transformation potion. And then we get a growth potion. And then we get a blast potion, but anyway. Don't explain what they are. You just sell them for money. But it is alchemy. Yeah, I'd say that's going to take a while. All right, so I've got a bit of the growth potions in my inventory. So how many? 1, 2, 3 plant. That'll do. These will last quite a while. Get in there. Can't select them through there. Just. All right. So that's the plant ash. I'll feed some money manually into the iron ore purchaser. Whee! Now we should just need fuel. That should be okay to just send straight through. So the fertilizer will be going through there. We need fuel in there. Oop. The only reason I don't like that end of day summary is like I'm in the middle of something and it interrupts, like mouse dragging. You can just press escape to dismiss it, but I kind of want to know because we've been spending a fair bit of money, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're outstripping our earnings at the moment. Yeah, because we just kicked off that big increase to the growth potion maker. It's kind of annoying sometimes, yeah. All right, so that's like 384 silver earnings and 500 expenses. So yeah, we're going into the negative at the moment. We'll also need fuel up there. And if it wasn't apparent, I'm playing my own music instead of the music from the game. It has its own soundtrack, but it's a bit limited. It's a bit too chill. and the game also mutes itself when it loses focus, so I'm choosing to play my own music instead. Previously, I've been listening to the same playlist I use for Dwarf Fortress, but I thought, I'll just go with the mostly Nobunoko silly music playlist. Music's more fun, yeah. This is the music that I listen to when I'm doing Dark Souls 3 randomizer. just to offer a contrast for the dark and like loud noises of the game. It's silly elevator music. All right, that blender should be going. Furnace has fuel. We'll be getting some new fuel soon, but I don't think that matters too much. I think coke powder's doing okay for now, until we start scaling up a lot. Now then. I ran fuel into the wrong line down there. That's annoying. Should be fertilizer down there. Oop. Manawee. Subbing 3 months in advance. Nice. Thank you very, very, very much. 45 months. Damn. That's a very, very long time. Thank you. Really appreciate it. As always. Always appreciated, never expected, so thank you. Now I'm going to have to try and clear out that line there of fuel that's gone into the fertilizer line. Maybe I'll get lucky and have this work, but I think some of them might be sitting in buildings in the plant inputs waiting to go in. Today was a very long and very expensive day, so I'm happy to be here. Right. That sounds shit. Yeah, glad to have you. And I suppose it was to do with replacing broken computer parts. I think you mentioned that last time, right? Or a while ago, anyway. Tiny conveyor belts are cute. Yeah, this is great. I'll make it so it's a bit more visible by putting a candle next to the highly flammable coke powder. Yeah, there's some coke sitting in there. We're going through PC part hell, yeah. Yeah. This is probably okay for now. When it comes time for, because I haven't loaded all this up here with a lot of iron, so I can easily just maybe disconnect this, like rip this up and put it back down again to clear out that coke. But yeah, one of the annoying things about this game is that you have to kind of abide by its support rules for things. Like you can't just like remove that bit down the bottom to get in there. It's like, no, it's doing that is going to remove all that too. Yeah. Our cat got a UTI the day after payday. Of course, an especially bad one. So here we are, $200 in meds later. Oof. Not feeling good enough to bug you and block your keyboard, so I'm glad. Right. All right, cat things. Fair enough. I might be able to remove. No, because. Okay, I can cut these out of the way. Let's get the... Oh, wait. Actually, those nurseries had accumulated... They'd actually accepted the coal input. That's handy, because that means I can reach in and grab it out. All right, good. Crisis averted. Everything is super. All right, let's see. This should be running, so maybe I've just broken an input somewhere. So we're not getting iron. Yeah, there. Go through my big iron grinder here. 4 levels of grinders grinding iron very, very slowly into powder. Two a minute for each. So make sure it actually does come out. Iron sand, rather. Yep, there we go. Iron sand. Doot. So soon enough, that should wind its way through. So back that way, this way, then back that way again, and then this way into this Athenor. Can I put a storage box there for now? No. No, it won't fit inside the stand. Oop, there it goes. And there goes the Athenor making our... So it's going straight into a couple of crucibles. And I think I saw the first bit of that come out. There we go. Copper ingots. We got bronze. And out. We have bronze very, very slowly, but we have bronze. And I think the only use for it at the moment is making into rivets. So might just do that down here. Although copper, however, because yeah, this is basically to get bronze with a byproduct of just as much copper as bronze. Soapy iron, yeah. So we could just turn the copper literally into money. So the one copper ingot can become 300 copper coins. Because I've already got something that's... Oh, we could make... yeah. May end up using the copper powder for something later, but I think what I'll do is I'll make copper bearings. And if there's an excess after that, then that can just literally get turned into money. So, processor with a priority split. And I only want to keep one stack, so I'll just block that other. And there's somewhere else that I'm actually making that where I was pretty much burning money to make copper rivets earlier. I just have to find where. It will have paused. I just want to take the results of it and put it in what I've just made. Won't be here, I think. Yep. Amateur mushroom user. No. There it is. Yeah, so it's taking money, taking silver and turning it into copper, putting it through a kiln to make some ingots, and then turning that into bearings to make that. So let's tear that down so it stops doing that. Okay. How much copper do I have on me now? Too much. Put that in our bank. Convert that up to silver. There we go. I'll keep 200 copper bearings on me because that's one stack. And that can make that happen. And then what's the other way to process copper? In also just in a processor into copper coin. So that'll go out the left first. And I may as well make a big box here. Yes, I should just actually convert it straight to silver. Wait, why is that happening now?
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Nope. I think maybe the output of this is slightly too quick for... Yeah, so 5 minutes. 5 minutes. No, that should match up. We shouldn't be making coins yet. Leggy, hey, thanks for the raid. Go let him in. Playing some Terraria. Yeah, Leggy, thank you. Welcome on in. My name's Gwillem. Welcome to the theyre. We are playing Potion Factory. And I was just considering taking a break because I've been going 3 hours. One downside to not running scheduled ads is I tend to forget my breaks, and I could use some dinner. So I might go and get myself a meal shake. And I'll unplug that until I figure out what's going on there. It might just be that there's no input buffer to this processor, so we'll deal with that. A storage box after this. And I'll step away. All right. Break good. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. If you need to post-stream self-care and all that, do exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to step away for a moment. Thank you for the follow. I'll only be a few minutes. I'll just have a stretch, have a bathroom break, go get a meal shake for me to bring back to my computer. So I'll leave the music running. There'll be no ads. Enjoy the break. Get something useful done, and I'll see you soon. Ow.
Purple_Circle gifted a tier 1 sub to Floofy Dragons. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Tried to sneak that one in while I was away, did you? I see. Purple Circle, thank you for giving a sub to Floofy. That's really generous of you. Thank you. All right.
I am a great magician.
My clothes are rock. Shrock. Yeah, thank you again, Purple Circle. Let's see. 341 earnings and a bit more than that in expenses for the moment, because we're probably still filling up, belt buffers of fertilizer. I mean, we still have Christmas emotes around, but only for one more stream, unless someone actually uses the redeem for it. Because I keep forgetting to mention it, and I forgot to tear them down between streams because no one used it last stream. Alright, this may have stalled out lack of iron, yeah. That's to be expected. And it looks like this may have actually filled up the belts. Probably because it's not producing right now. Oh, it started again. Okay. Well, let's actually hook up the fertilizer then. And the money.
Good Lord, what what is happening in there?
Nope. As I was just settling back in. Let me go.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Well, I think someone just deleted someone at the door because last raid wins in terms of whoever's at the door. Hooligans. Hey, how's it going? Horrible's definitely not there anywhere. Sorry. Just completely deleted, I think. But yeah, thank you, Horrible. Thank you, Hooligans. Thank you for the raid, both of you. Killed you dead. Yeah, they killed you. Manyweedy, if you can shout out Hooligans. It will queue up. There you go. Yeah, cheers. So Horrible playing some, let me scroll up and see, some Super Mario Sunshine, nice. And Hooligans playing some Honkai Star Rail, nice. Well, welcome in, both of yous, as I find my spot again. Here we go. Yeah. Triss, Saber Charlie, Hooligans, Rand, Cossack, Horrible, and everyone else who's come in with them. Growlix, hey. Yeah, thank you. If any of you need to post-stream self-care, feel free to raid and run. No obligation to hang around, but you are more than welcome to. How are your streams if you're hanging around? And I got a bit of dinner here to have. So we're playing Potion Factory. Chill little sort of mashup between Satisfactory and Factorio, but played at really small scale. And it's all like alchemy themed, as you might have guessed. If you can spell. I was just about to start this machine up properly, which is making bronze or soapy iron, because the way that you make bronze is with soap. Because alchemy. So it's forget everything that you knew about it being an alloy of tin and copper, I think. No, it's bronze is made by burning impure copper powder that you get as a result of combining iron, sand, and soap powder. Started a major story chunk and tore through the whole thing in one sitting. Oh, damn. Oh, not the whole game, like one particular story chunk, right? I think I get it. But still, I've heard or seen maybe Honkai has some pretty long sections to it, right? What? Game, stop eating my left clicks. I don't know where they've been. Eight hours. Damn. I start to tap out of my stream at about 6, usually. Or sometimes I've gone extended, but it's pretty rare. Though that being said, I usually stream after a work day as well. Game is much enjoyable, and you're now that much closer to being caught up. So, all right. I might just cut that off there for now, because that would just be a feed through to a duplicate of this if we ever make one. But yeah, our belt is so full of growth potions now instead of just regular fertilizer. Alright, maybe it's time to wire up the money then to start buying iron. Out goes the iron. Ingots come out here. For some reason, we call ingots instead of outgots. You know, they come out of a smelter. They should be called outgots instead of ingots. Right, out get some iron. I don't think I configured this filter splitter, did I? That's probably why it was not working as expected before. And it's not even a filter that we want, it's a priority. And that's the wrong way around. Right. It's dad joke day. It's always dad joke day. I guess click hey. Okay, maybe it's not always dad joke day. Much iron going through here and getting destroyed down to iron sand very, very, very slowly. 2 a minute. And yeah, I've got a bit of a cold today, I think. Might sound like I'm a bit bunged up. Alright. Nice. There comes some copper. Summer sickness. Yeah. I mean, with the variance in temperature that we've had lately, it's no surprise, really. Bronze, copper. Not enough raw material, because I think this iron sand is just getting ready. It's not at full capacity yet, yeah, because these grinders down here aren't working yet. I'll just put 200 copper bearings in there so it doesn't need to make any more. It might buffer up another outget in there, another copper outget. And then with no more bearings to make, that copper should just come over here. And the bank is premature there. It should be this. Oh, because I removed it before, didn't I? turn copper into money. It's basically printing our own money now. There we go. So not only does this game feature transformation potions and growth potions, because I'm printing money, I guess it also features inflation. So they're really hitting all the marks. Make Holt clear up real fast as well. Cheers. Go lurk. Co-work, yeah. Yeah, cheers. Have a good one. Now much late. A little something for everyone. Yeah, this is the result that I was after. The bronze. Because there's no way to rebuild some of these buildings without making some bronze rivets. Or some bronze rivets. Which is actually going to consume at the rate that this puts out. Actually. Handy. We have our first bronze rivets. Nice. Yeah, Sin, hey. Single-handedly crippling the economy. Yeah, pretty much. I am become big alchemy as one person automating everything. It's basically magic, but the fact that those belts can run on their own and everything can run without power anyway. So when you introduce magic into an economy, it's basically fucked at that point. Yeah, cheers. Seize the means of production, brother. And put everyone out of work. Alright, finally I can make these reinforced stands. Which don't look like they'd be that helpful. Because they're not that tall. Like you can't fit a furnace under them, for example. Or stuff like that. But when you factor in the fact that they have such a small footprint, so you can, for example, you can pretty easily make them taller. And then put several together. Yeah. So it's just nice that they don't require much in the way of support, but they offer quite a lot of footprint. There's no one else there. Well, probably because it's 10 p.m. But, I mean, there is this person that Muldrum claimed, and I haven't bought anything from here for a long time because I got portals that I can just buy from instead. Throw money into and do that automatically. Oh, there's also these people here, but they're like, I guess these triplets are my suppliers. They look exactly the same. That's it. Most of this stuff I buy through Portal now anyway. I'll let you look at this triplet for a moment. Got another raid. Let me go let him in. Yep. Yeah. Deep. Hey, how's it going? Playing some Menace. Ooh. I've had my eye on that game. Is that turn-based or real-time? There's a hooded horse one, right? How's it going, though? How's your stream? How was Menace? And if you need to raid and run because it's late post-stream self-care and all that, yeah, please do, but you're more than welcome to hang around, of course. We're playing some Potion Factory. Turn-based? Okay, really fun. Nice. Yeah, I looked at it and it saw like, aesthetic is a bit like, what is it? It's not Call of Duty. There was a real-time like World War II that are now I'm blanking on. Same game engine as Dawn of War. Someone will remember. No, not Command and Conquer. But it gave me that aesthetic just looking at it. And that, despite its age, the other real-time strategy that I'm thinking of has got a really solid feel to its graphics. And I kind of got that same impression from Menace as well. Magpie, hey. I probably don't even have that older game in Steam. I can't remember what it's called now. Company Heroes, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, Jimbo, cheers. I knew it was something of something, as every fucking World War II game has been. Well, many. Yeah, Company Heroes 1 and 2. Right? That's the aesthetic that I got when looking at Menace. I was like, might have to check it out. I do have a key, so I can even check it out without paying. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I guess I just don't stream those games much, so I figured I'll maybe try it in my private time sometime. But yeah, we just got done making a bit of bronze in the game, which, as far as other factory games, usually isn't that much of a deal. But because we're an alchemist, we don't make an alloy of tin and copper. No, we make soap from plant ash, then grind down the soap powder, and we combine that with iron that we've ground down into sand. And that makes bronze as a result of making some impure copper powder. There's my bronze. And I need the bronze rivets for making some more advanced structures and things. So, yeah. It's like all this stuff in here is stuff that I need to start working on to get to the next tier. So that blast potion, although I think I might take a break from progressing through these tiers, because the fuel that we're using at the moment, which is coke powder, seems fine. We're not short on that, and I can easily increase it. And there's already another fuel available, black powder, which will actually be an input to blast potion anyway, so I can probably change up to that. And then some other things here I need to actually start looking at. anyway on the side to because there'll be inputs to things later. So we might take a bit of a break from just pushing through the tiers and go back and actually revisit some of the earlier things that we skipped over, and maybe do this Gloom Potion contract or something. Kale Wesker, hey, came over with Scribbly Noodles raid. Yeah, most likely. There were a few that came through then, but yeah, if you were watching Z, then yeah, Z ended up over here. Have a drink. See the 10, there is no linen. Yeah, my potions bring all the boys to the yard, and they're like, there's no linen. Especially as we've gone up in tiers, all the customers now expect things from these unlocked tiers that I'm not making. So half the time, a lot of the time, folks are walking out with a text over their head that says, there's no whatever. But there seems to be enough like purchases going on anyway that my shop is at 100 reputation, full reputation. Arch, hey, how's it going? Yeah, this is good, isn't it? Yeah, it's a refreshing change for a factory game to get its hooks into me like this. I was always a bit on the fence about Satisfactory, and Factorio is iconic, but this has its issues, but they're minor. It's so far been quite satisfying trying to scale things up. Yeah, I wish I could claim that I made the model. But yeah, I bought it from the Unity asset store a few years ago now. It's pretty well made. It's a custom setup, so I use Unity. If you type !BTS for behind the scenes, there's a link to a video about it that you can watch. We did the video, did a behind the scenes thing a few years ago. There you go. 2022. Damn. Yeah. I think so far my biggest gripe with this game is the fact that it doesn't let you zoop out floors and walls. Like I can do this for railings because they're like an object instead of a structure. But I can't do the same for floors or walls. I'm guessing because of their like support calculations, but it's still a bit tedious to put down big floors. All right, let's check on this. Damn. 1,300 silver to pick out of there. I'm going to have to be changing stuff up to gold soon. Got some growth potion in there we can stash away. And coke powder, get rid of that. Oh yeah, I bought lavender seeds because I saw that there was maybe a fairly simple upgrade to soap. Lavender essential oil, then combined with soap powder, makes perfumed soap, which sells for 2.5 silver a piece, compared to 60 copper. And the ingredients to that are pretty easy looking. Like soap powder, I have a setup that I can copy for that just about. Lavender essential oil just takes the grown lavender and linseed oil and because of the pipes seem pretty powerful in this. So I've just got a bulk linseed oil producer to pipe around there here. I'm not sure how much I'm actually using of this at the moment. Should have made a note somewhere, I suppose, on here, like how much maximum I'm currently consuming. I know of the brine, I'm using all of that actually. That'll do. Let's see if I can quickly figure that out. So that'll be the maximum, like the maximum that's actually piped up. Oh shit. Alright, I think I'm only taking linseed oil up one floor there. Be this floor. Yeah. That might be the bronze that we're making might be the only use of that bulk linseed oil that I've made. I could have sworn I had another one. But yeah, 12,000 there. Nope. All right. So let's have a look at the rate for that. Although maybe I'm not exactly short on money, I think. So maybe I should focus on other progression things. Huh. That being said, this storage box is empty. I think I need to put money back in here. I keep about 100 silver in here, so I know when I'm spending more than I'm earning. So the fact that there's less than 100 in there means I'm actually in that position right now. But I am also grabbing some money from... there's like a dispatch portal doing this. Yeah, here. Yeah. So every now and then I come and check this dispatch portal for bandages. For selling bandages through the portal at wholesale. Sometimes those mushrooms are really handy sometimes. Sometimes they're just really annoying. Yeah. I'll go and have a look upstairs and see if my money input to the machines have run out at the very end. No, that's fine. I guess it's more likely to have run out in the middle somewhere. It's alright. I'll check in on it later. Probably the best money saving thing I could do would be to look at that different recipe for making salts. Because currently it involves buying 9 silver worth of salts to make salt rock to make 100 salt. But then I'm not entirely sure whether the other recipe is any better. 'Cause it's a bit more involved to do the math of, but the ingredients certainly would be cheaper, and this, even the charcoal powder I could probably get from waste wood that I'm making down here, although I am using less of this now as well. Yeah, that belt now consists mostly of growth potions instead of a fertilizer. However, if there is a contract for me to fulfill if I want, that would involve doing this in quite a large amount. Then I'd have a bunch of wood coming out of that I could turn into charcoal powder. Yeah, so 1 rock salt results in 100 salts, but that's over 60 seconds. So yeah, 1 every 6 seconds. This other one results in a 33% chance of 1 every 6 seconds. Oh, really, 1 out of 3 and then 2 out of 3 ticks rather, results in some salt, and the other 2 out of 3 results in a stack of 6 sand. Charcoal powder just comes from logs to planks to charcoal to powder, and that process is fairly easy. But I could couple it with what I was just talking about. Quicklime powder is a little bit confusing. Yeah, limestone to stone, then to... Actually, it's not confusing. Just go straight into the crucible to then make quicklime and then grind that. I think I'm doing that elsewhere, but for what reason I can't remember. Maybe for the old fertilizer. Yeah. So Stone Crusher creates stone at 20 a minute, and these crucibles burn that down at 6.7. So yeah, it matches those 3. I don't need these anymore. Yeah, that lines up with the grinder. Okay, so yeah, it's fairly easy to go straight from Stone Crusher to, yeah, through that. So 20 per minute of stone is going to result in 20 per minute of quicklime powder. I'm just trying to get an idea of the cost difference just by looking at some of the consumption rates. bit tricky to do the math in your head. So yeah, 1 limestone makes 150 stone. So 150 stone makes 150 quicklime. And again, 150 quicklime makes 150 powder. But then there's a reduction from there. Quite a significant one too. So 4 quicklime powder. So straight away, that's a 4 times reduction. Which that doesn't divide 150 cleanly, does it? No, 37.5. And then there's a further 3-to-1 reduction when it's making the salt output of that. So one limestone results in 12.5 salt. 1 rock salt results in 100 salts. So the cost of salt from limestone is 900 copper per salt. No, 90 copper per salt, rather. Where's the... Where did I see the price for that before? Fuck it. 600. Okay. So based on the stone, so the stone is 48. Yeah, 48 copper per salt, but that's not including the other input to that recipe, wherever it was. The charcoal powder, which maybe I could claim for free by doing something else. But wood itself is pretty cheap. It's 200 copper, and that conversion ratio is pretty good. So I'd say that cost is negligible. Maybe call it 50 copper per salts as opposed to 90. If I'm doing all that math correctly. Just napkin it to 50. But I think you end up with way more sand in that process, which is not necessarily a bad thing because you're able to refine that. Am I doing that somewhere? Sure. Oh, this is where we're running out of money. Or one of the places anyway. No surprise, I suppose. Has the injection that I put into the bank run out already? Yep. Honestly, there's no reason for me to be carrying thousands, so that's... I think I just wanted to keep an eye on money spending, so I didn't want to like burn everything that I had. So I'll try and keep most on me, but let's keep 1,000 in there now instead of 100. I guess with these running full time, let me have a think while I finish off my meal shake. Like making it for half the price, roughly. Well, it's not quite half, but yeah. I guess it's worth trying, since when I first set this up, I was selling the growth potions, and now I'm using them for fertilizer. So yeah, I'm not benefiting from the sale. Well, not as much anyway. Beep. All right, let's try the setup. Let's try sketching the setup out and see what it looks like at least. All right, so it's an Athenor. And that'll have a recipe. So I haven't started this anywhere else, have I? Yeah, let's see. Salt. All right, 40 a minute, a quicklime powder. If I remember rightly, that is 2 crushes. 2 crushes into 2 furnaces. Not properly laying them out yet, just sort of sketching things. Oh, I can make the stackable ones now. I don't know if that'll help or not, but let's see. Wait, can you do that? Oh, we can. Whether I'll actually be able to bring that back up into the Athenor or not, we'll see, but that's one of the buildings that's been enabled by me having access to the bronze rivets now. That being said, it's going to be easier for me to keep these parts separate for now. I should just be using my hotbar, but I'm lazy. Yeah, so these stackable crucibles work the same speed. Heat consuming speed 6 per second. Maybe not. Okay, they use more heat. Interesting. I wonder if that means they make them... I wonder if that's an efficiency thing, like they're lower efficiency, or if they actually work quicker. I guess I can try and figure that out later. Maybe I'll compare them. Alright, but a stone crusher... Limestone... Yeah, 20 a minute. Let's actually compare these. Let's see. And of course, I got rid of all the coke that I had in my hand. Damn it. I should have paid attention to my dailies then, my daily summary. Yeah, so that 1,000 that I put in there is down to 300. We'll see. Up one more, I think. Yeah. .7 a minute, same speed, faster consumption of fuel. I think I'll stick with the regular one until I want to actually optimize for space. Because these match up space-wise with the crushers anyway. Yeah, 20 into them to make another 20, and then they all need to be ground as well, I think. So 20 and 40 rather, total. Just put some stuff through for it so I have the rates right. Yep, 6.7. Needs 40. Needs 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then needs the charcoal powder at 20 a minute, which is probably a trivial thing to do with the sawmill, which I think is just the same as what I'm doing here, basically. $30 a minute planks. $15 a minute charcoal, 15 a minute powder. Need 20, so yeah. Need 2 of them. And that's it. That's 1 Athenor's worth to make 3.3 per minute of salt and 40 per minute of sand. Now then, however, to make, what is it, 2400 brine that's being made over here. Given that we're using, 8, 16, 2400 above for the potions. Yeah, 8s. We need 120 per minute, which means we need 37 of those Athenors to match that rate. Might not happen. I don't think I fit 37 along there. Yeah, 1 salt into 20 brine. Yeah, 120 per minute. These things put out 3.3 per minute. I guess the question is then, am I actually running this at full time? I was for a little while, but I'm not anymore.
I am a great magician.
Though it might not be far off. I think it depends on what time of day it is. My clothes are black. Here. Yeah, so they're not running full time, but they're not moving infrequently either. I'd say maybe one of these was running full time, so we could maybe, if we're able to priority. Just trying to think. I don't think it's a way to like No, I would be able to. Make priority belts based on the salt rather than the brine. Because what I might be able to do is have that cheaper version running at a lower scale, but running all the time and building up a buffer, because you can make these like storage flasks, so you could build up a fair bit of unused brine, or even buffer up the salt. And then access that buffer. But if that is drained, then the more expensive stuff kicks in. Well, I guess we'll give it a try. Because that might be a way of saving on the majority of costs there without replacing all of this with 37 of these. Which this is, even if somehow you manage to stack all this in, say, a cube the size of 2 furnaces, or, sorry, a square the size of 2 furnaces, it'd be, yeah, 6 belts across for one of them. That's the space of that interior. So it's at 158. You can fit 26 across there. That's a pretty optimistic layout for it, though. You'd be filling this whole area with that just to replicate this, and then each one of those Athenors is going to be putting off 40 a minute of sand. Although that 40 a minute does align with the refiner, so each one of those Athenors could output directly into a refiner, so that reduces that to 20 immediately. No way, I don't think you can make them vertical, no. It's kind of silly. So what are the inputs? Yeah, we could also reduce cost a little bit by using wood from somewhere else, but I haven't got it shipped. Like all that stuff down there. But maybe I'll figure that out later and patch it in. There's also the possibility of using the blast furnace here to maybe make better use of fuel, but I haven't yet. Haven't really yet spotted good designs to use for the blast furnace, because the blast furnace has a higher fuel, like idle fuel consumption or baseline fuel consumption. Stone furnace 1 PS, blast furnace 4 PS, so it's It consumes as much as 4 of these, but has a slightly higher surface area. So it's got the surface area of 4 2/3. So unless you're actually making use of that surface area, it doesn't seem worth it because you'd be spending more on fuel. So that means like packing in as much as you can in here, I suppose. And they can't go straight into there anyway. These need to have grinders after them. But using charcoal dust. I'm using coke powder. But I wouldn't have multiple ethanors on top anyway. It would be probably this, like, but even that's using more fuel because, yeah. Because all of this, apart from the belts and stuff, fits onto 4 furnaces, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 a second. This is 5 a second. So maybe this is like trading fuel for compact designs. I don't know. I might have a look around and see what other people have used blast furnaces for. Get some visual inspiration. Because often I can't think of a good use for these things without getting a little bit of a kickstart by looking, like, visually learning from a design. Might be an issue, yeah. Yeah, I found the charcoal-based stuff just burnt through stuff too quickly, even though it might be efficient. It's just even early on, like, I was draining single belts, so I ended up going to the coke instead, which was not a big step up in terms of complexity or cost compared to the density of the fuel. Yeah. Can't get fuel into that furnace there. Get that into there by rotating it around, but not there. So I'll figure that out. As better fertilizer does, yeah. Where the plants can only grow as fast. Yep, yeah. Right. So salt will be coming out of there, sand will be coming out of there. Reduced down. Just seeing how much of a footprint I can get this down to. Nope. 378 in earnings, roughly 375. And okay, so we're actually in a positive today. Just let me go check that bank though. Boing. Bit. Yeah. Try and keep that just over 1,000 and check back in on it every now and then. Came down here for something. Oh, the mailbox, just in case. Can't do that yet. Can't do that. Nor that. Nor that. All right. 300 silver from there. Yeah, I'd say most places are now full up with these growth potions, so we're probably not making as many as when I first started introducing it. Still, some of these lines have the advanced fertilizer in there instead. The machines themselves, the nurseries themselves will start including them soon. Or burning through the last of the fertilizer, replacing with potion. Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, I was trying to place a sawmill when I was so rudely interrupted by my own daily update. Iron bent. Yeah, these metal stands. Yeah, they are. They're really good. These are a nice start. These small ones. These come in handy in like these wooden and metal ones are more useful than you might think as well, because they fit on a lot of things that you might not normally think are stackable. Like this Athenor, they sort of fits onto the base of them. Yeah, and then the middle stand as well is nice. It also fits on top of a nursery. I just wish you could anchor these conveyor lifts somehow, like, so you didn't have to support them. They could get their support from whatever they're hooked into, but I can kind of understand why. 'Cause that's just not how they are. There's very few things in this game that actually sort of borrow support from side on. Everything is kind of built up on with no connections between them on the horizontal, except for like walls and other structures. I mean, floors and other structures and these shelves, which you can actually use as brackets. So you can have two like low walls spread far apart and have shelves on them acting as brackets, sitting with a beam sitting on top of the shelf between the two walls. So you can actually make quite a big floor out of beams like that, they're sitting on top of a shelf. No input. Shame. I don't think there's any way for me to get that stone into those crucibles without going off this footprint. That's 20, 20, 30. Which I suppose is where stackables might come in handy, fitting a bit more into that footprint. But then stackables are a bit long. Also, this assumed that wood was going to be at this other end. So charcoal would come out there. Now that doesn't work. Guess you can't do that because that kind of defeats the point. Yep. But yeah, the stackables go through fuel quicker. Not that I'm really that interested, I suppose, in fuel efficiency that much. I suppose the alternative to trying to stack this on top of itself is to just make it like within its footprint. It's just to flatten it out a bit and make sure it can be stacked overall with multiple instances of it. Which isn't always that straightforward either, but Just prune off a bit of excess until I need it again. And then the height of that athanor is kind of the only thing, any anomaly there. I can drop the refiner down to help. But yeah. Making a way to stack those stone crushers is the annoying part, because it takes up extra footprint. It's doable, but might not be too bad. Let's just measure how wide is it compared to the beams. It's just about that beam width. Maybe leave a gap. then. I don't want all of that. Shame I can't just... This needs a select mode where you only select like everything below an object rather than above, or just nothing extra. Because all I want to do is select those, not any of that. Guess I'm just recreating it instead. Need extra stands up to the height of the furnace +1. Yeah, watch, I'll try all this and then it won't fit in under the ceiling. Long, 15. It's too wide. By 1. Well, it fits. Given the width of the beam, it might be better to spin it around. Yeah, it fits us. It's exactly. Yeah, it's thinking exactly that. Yeah, Ed, hey, how's it going? Or if it fits, I salt. Don't think that'll fit this way. No. I mean, there is the longer beam. which is very long. Almost twice the width, but not quite. Checking earnings and expenses without me doing a lot of stuff. That's a lot of salt rock was bought today. Damn. Yeah, that has us running at a loss now, or at least that day it was. Beam longing. Yeah, that seemed like a lot of salt rock purchased that day, but maybe that was because it was, I think when I came in here and started working on this belt of silver coins was not full. So there's probably like a backlog of purchases that needed to be done, I think. Gonna convert that into gold soon. And there. What is it? It's only 30 gold, isn't it? I don't bother until it stacks, like until the stack fills, I think. Because it's the only concern I have is inventory space, really. Man, if we could just scooch that table saw in one. Might be able to. This depends on. Whether I can loop. No. Yeah, I can turn this around. And assuming... Yeah, because these aren't fully supported. It's like there's a gap here every now and then. So if that gap lines up there, I'd be able to go... but yeah. Nice in theory, but problem is that metal stand doesn't cover the entire thing. Table saws are really awkward. I need access into the rear of it to load it with wood. These are outputting at 20 a minute. So I could actually scoot these up and combine their output and lift them up one lifter. Although is that where the fuel's going to go? No, fuel goes the other side. Now I don't have to scoot them up all the way. But having that like that there. I'm cooking, maybe. Yeah, that would fit under that beam. Because there's space for that to be widened by one. And then there, the two charcoal bits are coming out of there, and let's move that away. All the quicklime powder comes out of there. Did I not eyeball that right? I don't know, I think I need the little bit of extra floor space from filling this in. There might be something broken about that, but that's looking pretty neat. That fits exactly in there. What the fuck? Well, that's 4 Athenors worth of stuff in probably as tight a space as I'm going to be able to get for now anyway. And I only need that many to match what's over the other side. So just 9 of these, thereabouts. Just 9 of those setups, assuming that works and there's nothing dealing with the excess of sand coming out of it yet. To match this at around about half of its cost, which I don't know if that makes it worth it. But since build costs are one-off, running costs are ongoing, well, I guess before I celebrate, better make sure it just works, which I might just get rid of the one on top. It's probably just going to make adjustment difficult. One's on the bottom, the same. Yeah, so wood to be delivered into there somehow, stone, yeah. And would be nice if these were not reliant on extra space around here, because then you'd be able to mirror it at this point. Well, huh? No. Why not? Says overlapping when I wouldn't have thought that would be an issue. Oh. That's what? Apparently that's fine. That's got to be a bug. Magically connected. Yeah. We did have a problem before that was specific to the area that I constructed it. Once I moved the building, the conveyor belts worked fine. they were otherwise bugged out. Maybe it's that. Maybe you can't have two shells on the opposite side of a thing like that. Yeah, looks like it, but that's strange. Doesn't make sense to me. Maybe it's a support thing? Shouldn't be. It would say that if it was. Yeah, I guess you just can't attach a shelf to both sides of these blocks. And that's weird as well. Maybe that's a way to actually achieve it though. Like you have one side first connected like that, and then add in the other one. And then connect that on this side. No, I think it's overlapping with the shelf somehow. Yeah, overlapping with the other devices. It's one field for shells. Yeah, maybe. No, not entirely. That's very weird. So I guess you could offset it. Yeah. You end up with the same result. It's just... Yeah, that's gotta be a bug. Shells require really long screws. Yeah, okay, yeah. The overlap is actually the screws. Yeah, Muldrum he. I guess in theory catapults could be used for all of these. Because the catapults can throw straight into stone crushers and wood without hoppers. Then it would just be a matter of actually where to put them with a valid angle, which is the hard part. But with a material that cheap, I'd rather just run it along the line. But both of their inputs on the ground floor. Is there anything preventing me from just lifting them up by one to change that? Oh, I am in the floor. I cannot answer the floor because I am in the floor. What's that shrink machine? Yeah, they said they're working on it, or they're intending to have it. I figured since it's an alchemy game, it might be a potion, though, rather than a machine, like Alice in Wonderland style. You have to make shrinking and growing potions. But that's probably too easy to let the player get into a state where they can't revert back or something. Or like take a shrinking potion and go in there and work on something and it times out. And it's like, oh, well, now you're squished because you just grew. Ooh, yeah, Roblon hay. Chromebook chargers died, I know. Oh. 80 billion others, yeah. Thankfully, a lot of things have moved to USB-C charging. Although my MacBook Pro for work still has one of the older ones, but it can be charged over USB-C as well, thankfully. I'm going to move this floor. Okay, so the stone crushers and the wood are now on two separate levels. So, well, at least in there, in that one. So you could run wood down there, run stone down there, run limestone down there. Crucible now. USB-C and higher power. So that's all of the inputs except for fuel, which would all go down there as well. The salt outputs. Yeah, that could be directed out over that scaffolding as well. If this was repeated that way, they shouldn't collide on floor levels there. Question then is just sand, what to do with the sand output. Because it would come out of each of these at 40 a minute, and then we put it immediately through a refiner. Alright, surely the rock salt purchased today wasn't that bad. Yeah, only 10 today. So yeah, 366 silver for... 360 silver for 137 spent. Yes, keeping this bank. Oh yeah, it's still at 1,000. Oops. And the cord can take, yeah. I figured USB-C would have like a standard range of voltages, and they would either, like the cable would either support it or not. It's a fair bit of electronics built into those cables. For like metadata on the sort of stuff that it supports. Cables have to report. Yeah, exactly. The power delivery standards, yeah. Not only the cable, but the port that you're plugging into as well has to be routed to power. Like, often the device will only have one port that supports charging. If it's got multiple, that is. Almost identical to HP, yeah. JBL, whichever fit, if you use anything but JBL. It sounds like a good reason to not buy JBL things then. And if anyone's wondering what I'm working on, I'm spending entirely too much time trying to make salt happen in a more economical way than one that we already have. Charging port on either side, yeah. Groups behind USB is messy when it comes to actually coming up with clear label standards. Yep. That's not uncommon. HDMI is just as bad. Maybe worse for all I know. These refiners are the wrong way around. Super complex for what it is. Yeah, I don't actually know much about the details. Done by the label so I didn't have to screech at spouse for plugging the wrong thing into the wrong ones. So this will put down 20, yeah, so we'll get 40 a minute sand out of there, actually like 20 a minute. And that... I'll put the salt output on the upper one via conveyor lifts. Because if any of these are going to need multiple rows, it's going to be the sand output instead. Yeah, we can fit the output of these refiners. I mean, I could always... it's a shame you can't put these refiners on the side or something, but I suppose... well, I guess we've got plenty of space here, so... I wonder if I can make a stack of refiners to just reduce it down. How many steps did we go through before it got to... yeah, we've got 100 crude shards in here, 145. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I doubt we can fit a stack of 7 in there, but... get close. Deep dive after how they dumped something after version 1. Acronyms, I don't know, but yeah. Just be able to plug into the primary USB port in your other's laptop. No dongle necessary. Yeah, I think I've been pretty spoiled by availability through work with just MacBook Pros, because it's just plug in and it works. it tends to just work, but yeah. How can I stack these? I think these, yeah. So without getting too fancy, we can probably get 3 stages of refinement on the sand out done before it even leaves. So thinking if I want to flip these. Yeah, might be able to like squeeze in a couple more under there. Actually, no, fuel's going through there for the furnaces. Like one more? No. brain getting greedy. So yeah, that would go from 40, 20, 10, 5. So we'd get 5 per minute of sand out of each one of these if we have that refiner set up in place. Which, yeah, it's almost as low as the salt output. So it might be possible to squeeze in a bit more there, but I don't know if I want to bother. Yeah, because fuel needs to go along there. And if we... Well, that's a micro optimization that can wait. USB power delivery 12 volt level. Oh, PlayStation VR 2, okay. Right. Yeah, understood. Oh, technically we do have an extra spot there, because this furnace is not lining up exactly with that footprint there. So we're a little offset. Damn it. So that's... yeah, there's probably enough room there to do the same thing. That was 6 stages. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we get one more stage out of that, then we could output shards instead of sand. I do think it's possible. so that's flush up against the furnace, so we need the extra spot. And there's one extra spot on the outside for allowed there. Because we have that ground floor space to use. Maybe not quite. Because we're limited in what we can do. It's there. Why am I looking into this? Nerd sniped, yep. Also, I do have autism, so it was super effective. I don't think splitting between those helps. Because that would just add more bandwidth for the same stage, not introduce a new stage. Maybe I should just be happy with 6. Just think with the limitations of the surrounding things, like because there's no way to turn around and make use of the other spots here. Although that's... three block. It's actually... so it's 3 blocks and 3 blocks and you open. So I think it's actually that. I think that changes it. Then there's just an issue actually getting out from there. Because there'll be... hang on. How about 8 stages instead of 7? Uh, 1.1. What was the reason why they stripped 12 volts out, though? Yeah, thank you. And what should not work now when I try and actually plug it into here? Though I think it will. Never gave a reason. I need to clear the clear this out. No, actually that won't work because this is relying. Oh wait, no, hang on. Yeah, those refiners are actually too high. They don't fit under there. I was assuming that I could do that. Well, bollocks. Six stages it is. I'll just neaten that up. Come back to it some other time if I feel like it. It's out there. It's quite common voltage. Yeah, there's plenty of 12 volt rails inside PCs. And I think a lot of guitar things are 12 volts. Instrument things. All right, yeah, Aqualux, have a good one. Cheers. I pasted that too close. Crap. Brought the shelving with it. All right. Sand out of the secondary there, over there, through those. So 40, 20, 10, 5, 20 minute, 10 minute, 5 minute, 2.5. And then at that point, it's less than the salt output. All right, sand will be out there. Salt will be out there. Fuel along there. Wood along the bottom and stone along the top. Or the second floor there. I guess I can put full belt lines in there now. Oh. Unreal Process has crashed. UE Alchemy Factory. And that's while saving a game. That's interesting. So save complete, it said. So who knows? I'll just send, I don't know. Alchemy Factory too much. Yeah. Hopefully that didn't corrupt the save. It yeah, auto saves every 5 minutes. Yeah, like hey. I had this earlier today actually. The game just sort of stopped responding and maybe a crash dialogue did show up and I missed it, but when I say send and close, it's not closing. Give me a sec. The crash reporter crash. Yep, pretty much. Yeah. Let's see if that autosave survived. That last one, though. $10:47 p.m. was the last save. That was that one. Just now. I think that's exactly where I was at. All right. I think we're good. I think it was just a lucky coincidence there that yeah. The autosave happened just as it crashed, or just before it crashed. Weird little scare, yeah. It woke me up a bit. Hook up some of this stuff manually for now. What was that bottom row? Wood, right? Limestone for the top. Speaking of waking up, should head to bed. Oh, have a good one, Ed. Yeah. Thanks for being here. So once this is started outputting reliably, then I'll probably start to wrap up as well. A bit on the tired side. I've had a bit of a cold. Most stream, bit of a blocked nose. Bear, hey, how's it going? Up fires the Athenor. Outputting sand. Through the refiner it goes. So that refiner input is 40 a minute, which should match the output of the Athenor when it does sand. Groggy. Oh no. Hope you've been well. Yeah. For the most part today, just like I said, I just got a bit of a cold. Just mentioned that then, coincidentally. Well, I think it's a bit of a cold anyway, a bit of a blocked nose. But yeah, can't complain. During the warm summer, yeah. Well, anytime, really. It's, yeah. Well, what a cold is, what a virus. Just not as bad as the flu. Common cold. Head cold. There's some salt. But it could be anything really. My sinuses are a bit of a mess, so sometimes they just be that way. How's Alchemy Factory? It's good. Yeah, it's got its hooks into me for sure. So it's scratching a nice like factory puzzle itch, and it's not even necessarily about scale, like figuring out how to make things scale up and run quick. It's more about, at least for me, it's like the puzzle of making things compact using all the options available. And this coincidentally has fit inside this little structure perfectly. I should be able to copy all that inside and put another one on top. It's identical. All that just to produce salt. From wood and limestone. And some fuel. Or we could just buy salt rock. But it's not cheap. That's 9 silver or 9,000 copper each. And some napkin math that I did. I just in my head on stream puts this at about half the cost of that, except to match that in output needs, what did we say? 36, and this is 2. So take this and times it by 18. So fill this entire fucking space with it, probably. But yeah, I'm hoping to just this cheaper thing at a smaller scale can be like my baseline, like, for lack of a better word. No, it would be my baseline, the base load sort of thing. Dealing with the base load, and then when demand spikes up, that other more expensive one kicks in. Maybe, I don't know. This is my sort of sketch area over here to get it all together, and then I'll probably just grab it and yeet it over here. But yeah, this is fun. I'm probably spending entirely too much time in it, but that's a sort of thing, you know. It's you got a whole bunch of tools to make some satisfying puzzles, or solve some puzzles in a satisfying way. And it's pretty cheap too. It's like $26 Australian, around like $20 US, $18 US. Is early access, of course, that's why it's cheap, but given that I've got 100 hours in it now, it's been worth it. And I've still got a fair way to go in the content. There's a whole lot of, it's actually a whole lot of things in here that I haven't even touched in terms of creating things like this, these magical relics that you can make. Kind of like that. That's kind of like your research points, sort of. Skill points. And that's the idea. Yeah, fun in 2026. Yeah. You can also sleep. Yeah, you have a storefront that people buy things from you from. Except eventually you can automate that too. Things start to look a bit like data centers with all this, with all the scaffolding around. Like here's a big mainframe room-sized mainframe. And the pipe system in this game is pretty satisfying as well. It's not like ginormous pipes like Satisfactory. It's like, oh, I'm walking around a factory and it's like, here's pipes of things. And this, yeah, 40 liters of stuff in there. 40 liters of linseed oil. Then you have to replace the equipment that failed. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be so bad if you had the tools that you actually have in the game. Like, oh, I just need to replace something in there. It's like, yep. Move, cut, paste, get in, change it. But it's still, that's one of the gripes I have with the game, though, that like the fact that I can't say swap something in here for something else of like it's the same support structure. I have to instead, you know, get rid of everything on top of it as well. And I can understand why that is. It's just I hope that they make that a bit easier. Or maybe make it optional so you can just, like, it's like, I'm just going to, like, temporarily turn it off. All that, just get rid of that, put it back in and turn it back on or something. You know, just, it's a game, you know. So I might just keep a copy of this here. I don't have any fuel on me. Do I have fuel around here? Boing. Oh, that actually says fully refined sand. Never noticed that. Is that a selectable thing now in the filter splitter? Oh, there's my daily summary, interrupting my UI. Earnings 380 something for 150 expenses. All right, that's not bad. No refined sand visible in the filter splitter. But I imagine, yeah, one more trip through that. Because that was 6 stages for each of these, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to get a crude shard. So yeah. Just wherever this sand ends up, probably just stick another refiner just before sending it anywhere else and just turn it into a crude shard instead for another 2-to-1 reduction. But yeah, the salt output rate is now faster than the sand as a result of all that. In fact, let's fix up these outputs, because since we're going to be running belts back there, let's take that, do that. sand coming out of here just needs one more step to turn it into that crude shard. Well, it looks like they all got the fuel. They all running all right. Yeah. Everything's got fuel. Everything's got the raw ingredients. So that's probably ready to duplicate properly as many times as I feel like. Although what was so the fastest output was salt. So you can only fit 18 only fit 18 down a row. Well, 18.18 before that salt output fills a belt. Not enough raw materials. 6.7. Yeah, 40.2. Assuming these are running at full time, there should be enough. It shouldn't be stalling like that. Okay. I think it was just getting started. No? Is the first one stalling too? Could be a broken belt somewhere. I think that one's not outputting. Yeah. Typical, yeah, the like T intersection belts seem to break fairly easily in this. It's trying to input back into the back end of the grinder. So that's more like it. So keep an eye on that for just a minute. Yeah, I'd say that looks okay. Dun, dun, check the other one. Yeah, I'd say that's good. So in theory, I'm probably not going to do this and wire it up now. I just want to see this happen. Although we don't need the roof part on that, but it's probably going to come with it. Yeah, it will. Yeah, I'll have to fill in the blocks just above this. Really? You replaced my blueprint with that? God damn it. Yeah. Just a bit low on materials for that. That should work. So we get 1, 2, yeah, 4 Athenors and their output in the space of 18 wide by 14 deep. So if you really want to pack it in here, say you'd leave a space for maybe 2 154. So you can fit 8.5 instances of those, which the half doesn't matter. So 8 times 4, 32. Yeah. Maybe I'll do that, but we know that there's a limit to how much we can run down there and get deal with the belt outputs as well. Coffee Mage is always so weird, doesn't allow you to overlap anyways. Yeah, it's a generic warning, I suppose, for anything that can't be built. Early days, I suppose. Early access, early days. Bear with me for just a moment. But I think I'm going to wrap things up. How long have I been going? 6 hours. I had one break. This fucking game. That's on me. I need to take breaks more often. Endurance plus. That's not a good thing. Hyperfixation is real. Yeah, it can be. But yeah, stick around. Stick around for just a minute and I'll send you off to someone neat. But yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, Eidolon, yeah. In the corner. Yeah, no worries. Lurkers always appreciated. Welcome. I do like hearing from people, of course. But yeah, I know firsthand sometimes you just want to exist without being perceived. So let me thank some folks for things that they did. Thank you for the follow. Speaking of thanking folks. Let's see. It was a busy day. Who was there? Drunk Dragon Era, thank you for the raid. Razim, thank you for the raid. Scribbly Noodle, thank you for the raid. Menuidi, thank you for this resub. 3 months in advance. Appreciate it. Thank you. Leggy, thank you for the raid. Purple Circle for the gift sub. Horrible for the raid. Hooligans for the raid. Deep Space for the raid as well. And you all. Yeah, thanks for being here. Chatters, lurkers alike. VOD watchers of the future. Hello from the past. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching to the end. Baker, yeah, Toodles, get some good rest. Yeah. I've got a 5-day weekend, not a public holiday, just some time off next weekend. So it's going to be a short week for me as well. And yeah, I got to do some packing and preparing tomorrow to get ready for that. So I don't know. Chances are low that I might stream tomorrow, but you never know. You never know how I feel with this game. I might end up getting a bunch of stuff done in the morning and then just feel like doing this in the evening. But yeah, as we get into mid-week next week, those chances will turn to 0 because I'll be away for about a week. So if I don't see you before then, say I'll see you in like a week and a bit. But yeah, let's get a raid going, shall we? So the laire's closing for the night. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But I know where you can go, and that's over to Space Pirate Fenrir. There we go. And he's playing some Banjo-Kazooie. I think it's the recomp that was released recently. So the port of Banjo-Kazooie to PC recompilation. And I've never actually played Banjo-Kazooie myself, so maybe I'll have to give it a try at some point. But I don't know. It's not really my style of stream game, at least, but maybe I could have a look at it in terms of randomizer stuff. All right. Here's our raid message. Jeff the Jar. Hey, yeah, thanks. Thanks for stream. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for being here. So yeah, greetings from the lair. We bring you love. Use whatever emotes that you want, of course, but there's a couple of suggestions for you. First one's mine. Second one's global. Yeah, like I said, I'm going away for a bit, for like a week. So yeah, if I don't get a stream in the next couple of days, then I'll see you when I get back. That's all I can think of. Again, yeah, thank you for being here, everyone. So until next time, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you around Twitch.